Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 aims to address some of today's evolving cybersecurity considerations to help your organization's digital innovation journey proceed with greater confidence and success. Join us online for a free one-day summit for Fortinet's 3D digital environment. This time round, we will have 2 streams for different region time zones. The first live stream will be at 9:15 a.m. Singapore time, which is 12:15 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Another live stream will be running at 9:15 a.m. Indian Standard Time. 2 years into the pandemic, and organizations are still walking a fine line to balance the competing needs of productivity and safety, while accelerating their digital transformation journey. The convergence of IT and OT has led to an unprecedented 10 times increase in ransomware in 2021. Manufacturing, utilities, transportation, and critical infrastructure have all been targeted. Overcoming these challenges and building cyber resilience to minimize disruption from cyber threats have been given top priorities in the boardroom today. Join us at the Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 to hear from CISOs, asset owners, industrial control systems, otherwise known as ICS vendors, IDC and Fortinet experts, where we will discuss how organizations deal with the uncertainties of the continuing pandemic and how you can build cyber resilience to protect your digitalization plan. And let's go into an overview of the lineup of engaging speakers and panel sessions we have for today. 9:25 a.m. Welcome and introductions from Joe Sano, Fortinet, Senior Vice President International Sales, Emerging and APJ Head of OT. 9:30 a.m. The Future of Security for Industry 4.0, presented by Stephanie Krishnan, IDC Asia Pacific. 9:55 a.m. Top 5 Operational Technology OT Cybersecurity Challenges Facing CISOs in 2022, presented by Richard Peters, CISO Operational Technology North America. 10:05 a.m. Customer Panel Discussion, IT OT Convergence. Topic is Cybersecurity is not just about technology. Moderator Jeffrey Tay from the Tay Group. Panelist number 1, Police Brigadier General Benjamin Santos Jr., Philippine National Police Center. Panelist number 2, John Milhonis, Essential Energy. Panelist number 3, Rahul Kani, Hindalco Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. Panelist number 4, Daniel Kwong, CISO Southeast Asia Hong Kong Fortinet. 10:40 a.m. Elevate Leadership, Cyber Strategies for Operational Resilience, presented by Connie Murray, CISO Fortinet Australia. 10:50 a.m. ICS Vendor Panel. Topic is Rethinking the Approach to Industrial Control System Security. Moderator Jeffrey Tay, the Tay Group. Panelist number 1, Camilo Gomez, Global Cybersecurity Strategist, Yokogawa USTC. Panelist number 2, Max Martino, Global Head of Growth Strategy, Industrial, Cyber and Digital Security, Siemens Energy. Panelist number 3, Andre Shore, Chief Information Security Officer, Asia Pacific, Schneider Electric. Panelist number 4, Emmanuel Miranda, Business Development Director, Operational Technology, Fortinet. 11:30 a.m. Secure Remote Access, the Why and the How, presented by Daniel Kwong, CISO Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. 11:40 a.m. Build Cyber Resilience with a Robust Defense In-Depth Strategy, presented by Po Chang Chu, Fortinet Consulting Systems Engineer. From 12 to 1 p.m., we'll be ending our session right here at the auditorium, and we will meet you and the experts at the exhibition hall. For now, please feel free to navigate around our virtual booths in the exhibition hall. We have a total of 6 booths displaying various aspects of Fortinet cybersecurity solutions, namely network security, cloud security, FortiGuard Industrial Security Services, Zero Trust Access, SOC and NOC, Virtual Industry Demo. For more information and inquiries on individual booths, you may chat with our cybersecurity experts at the booth. Such a privilege to be your host for today. My name is Cheryl, and our event will be starting in 5 minutes' time. Meanwhile, you may take this opportunity to make a meeting appointment and complete the survey. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fortinet's Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific, Building Cyber Resilience in a Digital-First World. My name is Cheryl and I'll be your host for today. 2 years into the pandemic, organizations are still walking a fine line to balance the competing needs of productivity and safety while accelerating their digital transformation journey. The convergence of IT and OT has led to an unprecedented 10 times increase in ransomware in 2021. Manufacturing, utilities, transportation, and critical infrastructure have all been targeted. Overcoming these challenges and building cyber resilience to minimize disruption from cyber threats have been given top priorities in the boardroom today. At today's summit, we will hear from CISOs, asset owners, industrial control system vendors, IDC, and the Fortinet experts, where we will discuss how organizations deal with the uncertainties and the continuing pandemic and how you can build cyber resilience to protect your digitalization plan. Let me invite Mr. Joe Sano, Senior Vice President, International Sales, Emerging and APJ Head of OT, to join us for the welcome address. Mr. Joe Sano, please. Joe, it is nice having you here today, right here with us, and welcome, welcome to the audience, and thank you so much for kicking off the summit today. Let's begin with a couple of questions to warm up our audiences, shall we? To start off, this summit is in the second year running. Congratulations. And what are we doing for the event now? And what are the takeaways that we hope to achieve?
So yes, hi Cheryl, and welcome to all our customers and partners to this year's OT Summit. So yes, last year in 2021, we held our first APAC OT Summit, and it was met with an overwhelming response. In that event, ideas, insights, and threat intelligence were shared across the communities to drive awareness of the emerging cyber threats on OT networks that had really been accelerated by the pandemic. Now, this year's Fortinet OT Summit aims to deliver engaging and inspiring sessions that are structured around emerging trends and challenges faced by our organizations in Asia Pacific region. Now, we have 6 keynote speakers. We have 2 panel discussions. One panel is comprised of international industrial control system experts, while the other panel comprises of security practitioners. They're all coming from diverse industries such as oil and gas, manufacturing, and public services. And they're going to share insights and best practices relative to OT security. And last but not least, don't miss out on the 5 on-demand sessions in the technology track, covering ransomware disruption, supply chain breaches, and secure remote access, which is an important aspect of our business. And last but not least, strategic implementation for industrial control system security. Now, the summit aims to provide a forum where great ideas and deep insights are exchanged. And together as a community, we continue to help organizations build cyber resilience in a digital-first world.
Thank you so much for sharing, Joe. It sounds really, really exciting, and I hope our audiences will be as excited as I am. Now, we do have a next question for you. Now, the next question is, how was 2021 for the OT security space? And what's new this year? What can we anticipate for this year from both Fortinet's perspective in Asia Pacific as well globally?
Yes. So, thank you, Cheryl. 2021 was amazing. And when we talk about OT security, we would like to begin with those emerging technology trends that we are seeing today. For example, the adoption of AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning and analytics in most industrials mean that more and more OT systems are being connected to the outside world to take advantage of the technology and to produce more with less. And this has just been accelerated by the pandemic over the last 2 years. Now, companies are starting to reap tangible benefits from their investments. And I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. On the contrary, I really believe we'll get even more attention in the hyper-competitive world this year. And with more focus on net zero by countries all around the world, this is going to bring changes to the energy source and also production. For instance, energy generation and distribution have to get more connected in order to optimize supply, especially from a carbon footprint standpoint. Now, this means that we're going to see even more OT systems get connected, driven by all the technologies to make this world a better place, I hope, for our generation and also for the next generation. Now, all of these technologies, it wouldn't be possible without having a robust security strategy to stay ahead of all the evolving landscape threats while reaping benefits from it.
Thank you so much, Joe. Now, we do have a final question for you. Lastly, could you share your thoughts on this year's theme? Why securing OT is critical to building cyber resilience in a digital-first world. Joe, over to you.
So, yes, thanks, Cheryl. With the current crisis in Europe, we can see that protecting critical infrastructure and assets is more important than ever. Whether it be a power station, a steel manufacturing plant, a railway system, when an OT system is breached, not only production and supply chain could be disrupted, but in many occasions, there is also physical risk impacting lives and livelihood. Therefore, this year's theme, Securing OT is Critical, is the foundation, the core enabler for digital transformation to build cyber resilience in a digital-first world. Now, I would like to bring your attention to this chart. This is data of a recent OT security report. And every year we conduct surveys to ask organizations some key questions pertaining their interaction with cybersecurity in the daily work. And we found that 90%, yes, 90% of organizations worldwide have experienced at least one intrusion. And 63% of these had at least 3 intrusions in the past 12 months. The most common intrusions were malware at 57% and phishing at 58%, growing 43% year over year. And we also found that these cyber attacks caused operational outages that affected productivity and physical risk. And not only that, the outage also caused brand degradation to companies that have spent huge resources to build over the years. Now, when we asked top-tier organizations on how they keep up with the evolving threat landscapes, most of them told us that their organizations have better orchestration and automation, which really fits in well with the OT security fabric we'll be hearing about today. Now, 100% of them had centralized visibility, and also they had prepared much earlier, long before the pandemic. So when the pandemic hit, they were able to extend their strong security posture to accommodate work from home. And guess what? 42% experienced inside breaches. That's plus 18% from last year. So protecting your investment is not only about building barriers against the external threat actors, but it's also establishing barriers internally. So to conclude, with more systems connected, you've got to really rethink the approach to OT security, and in particular, to safeguard your people, your reputation, and investments to build a cyber resilience in a digital-first world.
Thank you so much, Joe, for your insightful sharing. Now, definitely the data and statistics that Joe has shared is really, really daunting, and we sure hope that we don't want to be another statistic. And with that, I would like to kick off this event. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'll be your host for today. Recent years have seen a shift in the industry environment, with cyber attacks targeting operational technologies in manufacturing and industrial settings. Due to the interconnectedness of physical infrastructure with IT, this has created new cybersecurity risks, impacting organizations financially, affecting employee safety, and potentially with the environmental consequences. Yet, according to IDC's 2021 Manufacturing Insight Survey, 76% of Asia-Pacific manufacturers are not expecting to invest in OT security over the next 2 years. In this session, Stephanie Krishnan from IDC will cover IDC's future predictions for security in the Industry 4.0 era. Industry 4.0, operational connectivity, IT and OT security trends in industrial operations in Asia Pacific. And finally, challenges, practices, use cases, and IDC guidance for building cybersecurity resilience across industrial organizations. Let's welcome Stephanie Krishnan.
Hello, and thank you for your time today. My name is Stephanie Krishnan, and I'm the Associate Vice President for IDC Manufacturing and Energy Insights Asia Pacific. IDC Insights is part of International Data Corporation, or IDC, which is the premier global provider of market intelligence, advisory services, and events for the information technology, telecommunications, and consumer technology markets. Now, today we're here to talk about how many customers have been affected lately by cybersecurity. We're here to address Industry 4.0 in the context of industrial organizations and the future of security for those companies. Now, I'll be talking about Industry 4.0, and not just Industry 4.0 at one point in time, but how that fits into the digital transformation landscape. We'll be talking about the priorities for industrial organizations and how they affect how organizations implement technology and the need for security as a result of this. We'll be talking about the resulting data and operational connectivity that is required to deliver on capabilities that are needed by companies today. But we'll also be talking about the OT security trends that are happening as a result. After that, we'll go through the idea of building cybersecurity resilience across industrial organizations and the implications for that when looking at IT-OT integration. And then we'll have a future view of what is going to happen as we move forward with cybersecurity. Now, I don't think we need to talk too much about disruptions. We all know they're happening. From 5 to 6 years ago, we can look at the Tianjin port explosion that happened. We can see the trade tensions that have evolved over the last 5 years. We don't really need to talk about the global pandemic. I think we're all aware of the impact that that's had on our lives. But what it has done is thrown into really stark awareness for organizations and for people that there are disruptions, there are continued disruptions, and there is the need for risk assessment and continuity planning as a result. Whether it be a Suez Canal blockage, shortages of chips, thinking about increased transportation costs. Their impact varies from local to global. But what these events do is they provide an opportunity for exploitation. And bad actors are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Disruptions as a result are driving the need for adaptation for us. But as they adapt, we must adapt even more. Now, Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is one point in a larger digital transformation journey. We've had Industry 1 and 2 and 3, where production, automation, using IT and electronics was very common. Some organizations are still in this stage, but leaders are working into Industry 4.0, where they are delivering digital innovation through autonomous, data-rich, and insight-based operations. They're looking to improve production performance and seek optimal condition of people, products, and processes, and looking to drive that customer engagement to achieve extreme efficiency, quality, and performance. Now, these capabilities are facilitated by a technology-enabled environment incorporating cyber-physical systems built on the Internet of Things, or IoT. Cloud computing is involved in data analytics, and organizations are expanding these capabilities to sophisticated platforms, connecting people to processes through technology, with the customer at the center. But Industry 4.0 is not just a technology strategy. It delivers outcomes that is requiring an integrated strategy. People. Mature Industry 4.0 strategies will require new talent strategies, thinking about organization and roles, enabling distributed decision-making. It breaks down hierarchical organizational structures and involves new thinking about security. We talk about the process, where we think about intelligent connected things, connected processes, and connected products, and how they'll integrate the value chain. Mature organizations will start to think about personalization and making sure that we're able to drive efficiency and better production outcomes. And of course, there's the technology. Mature Industry 4.0 implementations will involve many different projects incorporating AI, analytics, digital twin, and robotics. How these technologies come together will determine the outcomes for businesses and opportunities for exploitation. How all of these come as organizations prioritize. Business priorities drive digital transformation. We don't wake up in the morning and decide, hey, we're going to buy some cloud computing. These are driven by business outcomes that we need to achieve. These business outcomes align with the strategies that our organizations choose. And what is prioritized from a technology adoption perspective will depend on the priorities of the organization. Now, IDC last year did a Future of Operations survey, and we found that for industrial organizations, operational efficiency is the main driver, the main priority that is driving those organizations. After that, we see other priorities such as customer satisfaction, innovation, and employee productivity. Now, the thing to note here is that it is not all about efficiency. Organizations are trying to strike a balance. They're balancing productivity, operational excellence, making sure that they are delivering quality and compliant with any regulations, as well as keeping costs under control. But on the other hand, they are looking to the future. Innovation, opportunity for new products, new capabilities, bringing in future business models, collaborating with ecosystem partners to make this happen, are all driving future capabilities and driving future vulnerabilities. At IDC, we have determined that there are 7 strategic priorities of Industry 4.0. Now, in line with the business priorities that I just was describing, you'll notice that there is agile integrated operations and smart manufacturing, where organizations are seeking to obtain those productivity outcomes. They're looking to make sure that they can utilize data to optimize resources, being able to maximize the yield from operations. But as I said before, they're balancing this with the innovation requirements, making sure that they're able to drive integrated products and services, being able to put investment to make sure that those products are coming to market quicker, with better capabilities and more connectivity. But as a result, organizations are seeking to connect their assets, and with that comes the requirement for next generation security. So we're seeing operations evolve. These digital transformation priorities are actually accelerating IT-OT convergence. And in 2020, we also saw a huge rise of attacks targeting OT environments. And that trend has continued through 2021 and even to most recent times. Cyber criminals follow the money and target new opportunities where they can find financial gain, and this creates awareness and more demand for cybersecurity products and services that are going to be implemented on the shop floor. So, however, there has been this change from operations, moving from being strictly cost-driven to being more customer and market-driven. And the focus of this transformation is about collecting actionable and relevant data, transforming an organization that is measured on reporting and compliance to one that is measured on resilient decision-making. Organizations advancing in their digital transformation journey need safe and secure data to successfully implement technologies such as automation, digital twins, AI, connected augmented workers, remote capabilities, advanced robotics. The list continues. The COVID-19 pandemic further accelerated this shift and led to the fast tracking of remote operations, making organizations able to continue operations and stay relevant in these times. But as a result, we are seeing data accelerate. Organizations, if we take a snapshot here and look at manufacturing data, you can see that manufacturing IoT data volumes are providing the source of this resilient decision-making, are providing the source for connected capabilities. But at the same time, they are also a point of risk. IDC has modeled and anticipates that while data volumes at the moment are quite high, they're going to grow up to 400% over the next 3 years. And this is coming with organisations adopting applications that are relevant to the current disruptions that we're experiencing and the business priorities that we have. IDC found in a recent manufacturing insight survey that manufacturers are prioritising health and safety and security for employees, again, with remote monitoring and remote capabilities, increasing the volume of data on the network. They're looking at remote shop floor monitoring and diagnostics, not only looking at people, but also looking at assets and processes, meaning that there is increased simulation and increased digital twinning. Autonomous operations are also taking a priority, with organisations seeking to improve decision capabilities to increase yield, process efficiencies, quality and cost reduction. And of course, they want to support future business models with the ability to connect products and processes, to have new processes and new collaborations, new digital services that are going to bring in new revenue streams. And of course, quality and compliance. Organisations want to make sure that they're actually delivering on product quality, avoiding product recalls, and also complying with any health and safety or governmental standards. Again, all of this is bringing data volumes to the network that is going to require security to avoid any issues with regards to cybersecurity attacks, compliance breaches, or even looking after things like GDPR. Now, I wish I could say that this is enough to have organisations actually investing in OT security. However, what we are seeing is that 76% of Asia-Pacific manufacturers are not expecting to invest in OT security over the next 2 years. This is in contrast to most Asia-Pacific industrials who have highlighted security as a significant concern affecting their IT-OT integration drives. The presence of legacy infrastructure and lack of skills continues to be a critical factor affecting the overall security frameworks, and investment is required in these areas. And according to IDC's IT-OT integration survey, Asia-Pacific manufacturers struggle with a lack of skills and maturity in handling operational cybersecurity functions and incidents. However, we are seeing an uptick starting to happen, and IDC predicts that by 2024, 30% of industrial organisations will incorporate centralised security management tools as a foundational component for bridging the IT-OT gap to facilitate contextualised OT security. Now, OT security incidents are among the top 5 areas that have impacted the region's IT-OT integration initiatives, highlighting the importance of robust security policies, perimeter intrusion detection, security best practices, and endpoint management. There has been a change in how organisations are starting to view this. And when operational incidents or security incidents are starting to cause issues with availability, one of the key pillars of the CIA triangle, then organisations are starting to make that investment. So where do we see the security challenges and opportunities? We're seeing that organisations are seeing greater incidents of increased connectivity. There is a greater push for visibility to make those future products and those future innovations happen, as well as react to disruptions that are happening in the market. There's greater collaboration. However, as a result, there is an increase in the vulnerable endpoints that are existing on an organisation's network. Architectures, as a result, are distributed. There is a need to enable remote operations that go beyond company borders, and as a result, we're seeing security challenges. Organisations are required to integrate legacy systems, and these pose opportunities for potential vulnerabilities. Legacy systems were not designed with cybersecurity in mind. They were about safety, about physical security of the workers at best. But legacy systems are mainly about uptime and productivity. And as more and more connectivity is implemented, it's important to emphasise the importance of security, and that security is more effective when planned ahead rather than added on as an afterthought. And we usually see this after something bad has happened. IT-OT convergence requires a holistic approach that looks at addressing this interconnectivity, looking at the legacy requirements, looking at the increased visibility, looking at the increased collaboration, and addressing that and managing the appropriate risk. We also must acknowledge the human vulnerabilities. As these disruptions occur, bad actors are getting intelligent and sophisticated about how they approach people in our organisation. Practices such as social engineering are increasing, be it through email or by phone call. Because of the encouragement of remote access, we're actually seeing inappropriate device use and also extended capabilities of devices. As a result, there are risks with regards to data sharing, and organisations are seeing vulnerabilities be exploited. Now, because of the emphasis on operational performance, as I mentioned earlier, security priorities are being reversed in the CIA triad. Now, those that are familiar with cybersecurity will be familiar with confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality ensures that information can only be read by the appropriate parties. Integrity ensures that information retains its distinct content and that any changes can be identified. And these are usually two leading parts of the triangle. However, in an operational environment, availability comes to the fore, ensuring that the information is available for use by people or resources that require it. If systems go down in an operational context, we lose power, we lose production, we lose oil. And these are things that cost companies tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour. Now, the proliferation of computing resources in the form of devices provide some function other than processing information. And this requires us to extend the set of objectives with the CIA triad. On the left here, you can see we talk about productivity, ensuring the use of computing resources that do not process sensitive information or data and yet provide value through their functionality, such as systems used to run manufacturing machines or components of an energy grid. And then we need to think about proprietary, protecting against the abuse of computing resources for inappropriate or otherwise unauthorized activities, like surreptitiously mining for bitcoins or secretly operating an audio or video torrent on company machinery. So organizations are preparing to secure their environments with more challenges rather than just thinking about the informational aspects of it. So when they think about that, we need to think about how they approach OT security. And this requires a layering of solutions. We've some examples here where we look at hardware on the left, looking at IoT modules and how organizations need to implement things like data encryption solutions, wireless monitoring, and embedded security capabilities. For servers and storage, we then need to think about, application control, edge firewall solutions, and again, data encryption and wireless monitoring. And we need to think about the connectivity in that, and then a different set of capabilities that need to be considered with regards to that security, looking at gateway services, communications encryption, for example. And then on the right side, we have software. We need to think about the ever-prevalent platforms and how we protect data, thinking about provisioning and deprovisioning solutions, about compliance, discovery, and network segmentation. And of course, when it comes to analytics and getting those data insights, we need to think about security monitoring services and thinking about threat intelligence when it comes to social. So some large trends are actually coming to the fore here, where we think about how we're going to maintain these heterogeneous and legacy systems. Industrial networks include diverse assets, and they often consist of multiple architectures. And the lifespan of OT assets is much longer than that of IT environments, which means they need to think about updates and patching. When we look at dealing with a number of industrial protocols that are often unknown to the IT world and inherently insecure, we need to think about complete network visibility and how it's vital for security teams to ensure that security products can understand all communications, understand what is happening, and enforce segmentation on the network for all of these assets to make sure that they're able to take the necessary actions securely when needed. And of course, they need to find the right IT security solutions and vendors that are going to actually fit in with the organization's operating environment, to give opportunity to learn about the new the existing industrial protocols and being able to adapt their frameworks to deal with these legacy architectures. So in putting through these industrial technologies, we need to make sure that we do ensure that they do conform to security standards. And we need to make sure that any integration that occurs needs to be secured with a different approach. We need to reduce the threat vectors, but also address the requirements of operational operators to make sure that they're able to have that availability so that they can deliver on the promise to the customer. We need to change our risk management required as that technology architecture becomes increasingly distributed. As we deal with disruptions, we have to deal with remote operations and remote capabilities. We have to deal with the fact that we have to be able to connect and protect our employees. And as a result, we need to think about that ongoing risk management that needs to be assessed as we address these distributed architectures. We need to think about security strategies that are going to evolve dynamically with those requirements as we bring in collaboration and we deal with new partners and new suppliers. How are we going to integrate them and be able to deal with all the security requirements of that environment? And often a platform approach is required. As digital transformation decisions are now being made outside the scope of IT, we're seeing IT engineering and operations get involved. And the resulting increased connectivity and the resulting distributed architectures and integration of these legacy equipment requires that flexibility is applied. And a platform approach with comprehensive security platforms can be modularly configured to dynamically meet the needs of customers. We need to think about operational technology security. It must be secured with a different approach, thinking about the human factors. What are the human vulnerabilities that are going to be need to be addressed? We need to think about the social engineering and how to protect and train our people to avoid these situations, to avoid that sort of exploitation by bad actors. We need to think about inappropriate device use and how the implications of remote requirements that are brought about by current disruptions are actually affecting security protocols. It's very fine to say that we need to access things from home, but how do you protect the data when we're doing remote operations monitoring? And again, bringing it back to that architecture, how do you protect the connectivity that's happening around that? And of course, we need to think about balancing business and technology priorities, thinking about how do we actually secure those capabilities. We are able to make sure that we're able to deliver on the requirements of the business without interrupting those business requirements. Now, some other areas that require some thought are communication. It can be a strong friction point between security and operations teams. And it is crucial for operational technology personnel to understand the value of adding cybersecurity policies to the environment. And for the security team to learn to mitigate risks that are acceptable so that operations is not disrupted. This is often difficult to address. This is about people and not a technology issue. Ultimately, industrial cybersecurity solutions must bridge the need for a comprehensive security coverage for IT and OT systems and assets, as well as help customers find the right balance between security, risk, and operational priorities to optimize their resilience. These areas will help them create platforms that can integrate both IT and OT security to gain that visibility for the full operations and provide OT personnel with actionable information to support centralized control, traffic monitoring, secure communication, as well as collaboration with partner enterprises. Obviously, when we look at industrial technologies, we need to make sure that they do conform to the regular security standards, but at the same time ensure that we're able to maintain uptime and deliver on our promise to the customer. My name is Stephanie Krishnan. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Stephanie. As operational technology, OT environments continue to digitally innovate, Internet of Things, IoT or Industrial IoT, IIoT device use has exploded, creating a new target-rich digital landscape for the bad actor. Today, meters, gauges, sensors, and control systems from multiple vendors coexist and are all connected to the network, increasing process efficiency and expanding the attack surface. During this brief, we will investigate the top 5 trends that influence cybersecurity challenges for operational technology. Let us welcome our next speaker, Richard Peters, CISO, Operational Technology, North America, for the above topic. Mr. Peters, please.
Welcome to the Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit here in 2022 for APAC. I'm Rick Peters, the CISO for operational technology in North America. And I'm just delighted today to join our audience to talk about a topic that is, of course, top of mind for me, and that is considering the top 5 operational technology cybersecurity challenges that face CISOs for this year and beyond. Clearly, we have quite the range of activity in our business area, in our vertical, both conducted by those who protect systems that often fall into the critical infrastructure world. So when we think about manufacturing, energy and utilities, transportation, and even secure infrastructure that gets into smart buildings, cities, and campuses, we have a wide range of activity, which of course we're intended to protect and raise the stakes and the bar to protect. But equally interesting is the number of activities seeking to disrupt and to benefit and profit from a cyber campaign perspective. So we'll consider those as we move through the conversation over the next 10 minutes or so, and appreciate your time and attention today. So let's start with our first one, best practices going beyond technology. And it really is time to think proactively from a defensive perspective, almost thinking inside out. These lines are based in here, and this information is intended to underpin the fact that this is a huge trend. But not surprisingly, we're really talking about a substantial increase in the investment. We talked about priority and the level of investment being proportional for cybersecurity. And I think you're going to see a whole lot more of that as we move into 2022. And these are best practices for operational technology. Common to IT, thinking about visibility and the ability to segment and contain our across the stack, and then even getting into the operations side and industrial operations where we're using behavioral analysis. And we'll consider that over the course of these components of our top 5, but it really includes things like tested backups, multi-factor authentication, virtual patching, and even secure cloud deployment. All of these are elements of a safe way to move forward, but they're also aimed at reducing ransomware campaigns and the extent to which negative or consequential elements are profiting and benefiting from accessing operational technology today. Our second target area involves the attack surface, which arguably continues to grow for a variety of reasons. But I would say if you were going to underpin anything, you would talk about readiness to defend, because this greater connectivity and appetite for data from the OT system owner, the CISO certainly has an appetite to gain and leverage that intelligence to be able to pivot smartly, be able to accomplish business more efficiently, and of course with a greater profit margin in mind. But at the same time, we have a very large array of those who would seek to gain and profit, to extort and attack and gain intellectual property, and even in some cases conduct techniques and campaigns that are all about sabotage. So we're going to see in 2022, I would argue, an all-time high in the volume of CVEs. These are CVEs that intend to target both IT and OT networks. So that's going to be a big part of how we have to prepare and focus on readiness in this year ahead. Our third point today really focuses on moving and focusing on the traditional kinds of that many understand are the stakes of the game for operational technology. Clearly, losses have been at an all-time high. When you realize today that those numbers reach $4.25 million, which is a substantial increase from the year prior, we're expecting that to continue to be a trend. That increased adoption of advanced endpoint and detection, I believe, and response technologies is going to be where we see a huge investment. These tools will really be designed to both detect and disable deterring threat by leveraging AI and ML. And those techniques then raise the stakes employing behavioral analytics. It's kind of that next tier. And of course, at Fortinet, we have our FortiGuard Labs, which is greatly invested in this space. This is time and talent dedicated not just to IT, but operational technology, and infusing that time-sensitive, actionable intelligence into the environment that the system owner can count on. The ecosystem approach enables that, built on an environment that constantly infuses that latest information into an environment to defend against that adversary, who of course is profiting at an all-time rate. I'll note just one other point, and this was mentioned in FortiGuard Labs 2020 projection report, and that is the number of entities coming into this environment increasing at a 3-to-1 ratio. So the problem is growing, and the number of entities willing to invest and make this a part of their stakes in the game continues to grow substantially. Our fourth point, a focus on the fact that air gap is certainly not a cybersecurity strategy, shouldn't surprise anyone. However, what we're really talking about is shifting into the target and the greater extent of OT networks as a non-traditional target. Many have thought for a long time that OT couldn't possibly be the primary target. We know from history and some of the events that have occurred in the last year, that's simply not the case anymore. The focus is on both legacy technology, in other words, taking advantage of hardware and software that's a part of our OT infrastructure, to take advantage of capabilities and technologies that have been in the field for decades, leveraging exploits and techniques that may have not been useful in the IT world, but suddenly are very a part of the attack scenario from the offensive perspective, and the adoption of new technologies for exploitation, taking advantage of Linux as an example base. I know our FortiGuard Labs report mentions that exclusively, but of course, the adoption and the release of new software packages always creates new opportunities to expand that range of target access. And of course, when we think about the cyber attack kill chain, we know the level of sophistication that's going on today, and we expect it to continue to amp up as we move forward in 2022. Our final point gets into a strict focus on understanding the capability and the sophistication of the adversary in 2022. It really is the cyber criminal emphasis on exploiting the supply chain weaknesses, something we've seen already in the last 18 months, but employing the kind of sophisticated nation state activities and techniques that you would typically associate with advanced persistent threats. These are technologies and access strategies that you may not be accustomed to thinking about in operational technology, but again, are very real as a part of what we must defend against in 2022, pivoting to a more proactive strategy. Of course, an example of this would be the repurpose and increase of ransomware. That's sophistication and deployment of something like wiper malware, something IT experts are well aware of, but using that against OT, against a manufacturing environment to affect both equipment and services. If you were to take it one step above that, a more sophisticated technique would be to combine ransomware, which of course now is known almost as a service, and then combining that with a distributed denial of service creates a much more robust endpoint response requirement, but it also creates a more destructive impact to the operational technology leader, the CISO, who has to stay on point and be aware of the level of sophistication. So again, much is happening in 2022 as we think about how to protect operational technology. These 5 points are again a part of being able to demonstrate Fortinet's recognition of and leadership to really complete the cybersecurity protection for operational technology. Yes, we are a market leader, but we're a market leader in operational technology. We're committed to understanding and fielding capabilities and technologies that complement what corporations that are managing OT assets in the cyber physical space today are up against. We are indeed a trusted partner, committed to that endeavor of accomplishing and raising the bar to protect operational technology. I hope your time here at the 2022 APAC event is certainly beneficial, and I trust that your time will be well invested and that you'll get an experience, an opportunity to take away items that are actionable and thoughts that you can put into play as you move forward smartly in 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Richard Peters. As most of you are aware, OT security is not just about technology. To effectively build cyber resilience into an OT network, organizations have to consider 3 elements: people, process, and technology by making changes to the existing OT security infrastructure. Next, we're going to commence the panel discussion. The industry panelists will discuss about the OT and IT team challenges, technology, and how they maintain cyber resilience and stay ahead of the curve. Let us welcome our moderator, Jeffrey Tay, the Tay Group. Next up, we have Police Brigadier General Benjamin Santos Jr. from the Philippine National Police Center. Next up, we have John Mahalis, Essential Energy. Next up, we have Rahul Kani, Hidalgo Industries Limited from Aditya Birla Group. Last but definitely not the least, we have Daniel Kwong, CISO Southeast Asia Hong Kong from Fortinet. Handing over to you, Jeffrey, to moderate this segment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. My name is Jeffrey Tay. I'll be your host for today. Now, this particular panel discussion titled OT IT Convergence is not about just technology, and that is the catchphrase today, right? We have prepared a set of really experienced panelists for you today. The panel comprises of very diverse experience and also based in different locations as well. Now, they will provide you very great insights because I've seen the answer, and also, we do the questions and all that and stuff, and some of the best practices that they are not going to share with me, but they will share with you, okay? And some of the different aspects of IT, OT security. Well, let me begin by introducing our panelists, okay? So we have Daniel Kwong, CISO for Fortinet, Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. We also have John McCullers, Solution Architect for Essential Energy based in Australia. Daniel actually based in Hong Kong as well. Police Brigadier General Benjamin D. Santos, Junior Chief PMP Command Center Directorate for Operations Monitoring of Disaster Crisis Incident and Operation. We also have Rahul Kani, Head of Digital Center of Excellence for Hindako. Gentlemen, because we're pressing on time today, we only have 30 minutes for this particular session, and I have about 7 to 8 questions to run through. I'm going to pick two of you to ask you a question that I really want to know, because a couple of days ago, I've been reading a lot of these new risks for OT and things that you need to be aware of. So I want to start with John first, okay? John, what are the new risks in OT that our audience today should know of?
We have a lot of change within our environment. There's a lot of business pressures now to move forward and adapt to new business ventures as well. That a lot of the organisations, and a greater incident response measure as well. If there's outages, people want to know about that, and how people alerted to incidents that actually may affect people's safety as well.
Okay, Rahul, what about yourself? What are the new risks in your part of the world?
So the Industry 4.0 initiatives that we're taking actually is opening up more and more of our infrastructure. Earlier that was not the case. And with it comes all the risks, because multiple people now access the infrastructure, which they were not doing earlier. So we have issues about malware creeping into some of our systems. There are sometimes, people use unprotected devices to transfer data. So these are risks that we did not see earlier, and they were not budgeted in the earlier infrastructure. These are the ones that we're trying to do now.
Okay. So thank you so much. You hear from John, you're Rahul, and joining us. Thank you for joining us, Daniel and Sir Benjamin. So here come the real questions, okay, for our panel today. John, they've been talking about all these air gaps in OT IT. Does air gap really exist in your operations?
Sort of high-level air gap does exist. There are obviously challenges, as mentioned earlier, about having access to real-time data and how people sitting in corporate environments get to see some of this information and how that makes it out to messaging services, whether it's email or alerting. However, the people on the ground that are managing the grid, and they do have their separate systems. The operators will swivel on the chairs. They've got their corporate machines. They've got their OT control room machines. But largely, there is obviously a high threshold for the resilience and the protection of the grid and availability. So the utmost care is taken to make sure they're very isolated as well.
Okay, well, that's very good insight. Daniel, in your past experience as a CIO, how do you secure IoT devices that are captured in critical data?
Hi, thank you. I just joined Fortinet for 2 months. Before that, I'm working in a telco, which managing a lot of critical infrastructure with my counterpart on the OT side. So I think it's very important that 5 points to consider. First thing is people have to have a clear visibility of the flow of data, especially a good segmentation between the IT and the OT side, so that they know the data, how they really flow. And also very important, you guys need to have a very good data classification process and also process policy in place, so that you know what type of data are you really stored and how they are being processed. Well, very important, again, like encryption of the data during transmission, especially between the IT segment and the OT segment. And also very important, how to design the security, especially in the OT environment, which is like a relatively long run compared to the IT, that a proper risk assessment, like a routine risk assessment on your design or on your OT environment is also very important. One of the issue, a lot of the time, especially happening in OT, is the supply chain management. A lot of the time, the component or the equipment that you got from your third-party vendor, a lot of the time that component, is it really secure? Is also like a lot of concern for the OT, because like the patch management cycle usually shorter compared with IT. But last and not least, it was very important, as same as like no matter you're managing the OT infrastructure or the IT infrastructure, a good governance program must be in place with a proper metrics approach and continuous improvement in order to have a continuous way to measure your security posture.
Okay, I mean, Daniel, that's very structured and it's all very, very good point. So Benjamin, when you just listen to Daniel itself with this structured approach or anything like that, and we all know that as a CISO or CIO that manage IT environment, and especially yourself, Sir Benjamin, you actually have to manage any other than just IT and OT security, and there's a lot of disasters happening. How do you prioritize? So, I mean, what are the best practices in your organization that you could encourage both teams sit together to drive, this OT, IT convergence security successfully today?
Yes, when we talk of IT and OT, there should always be a convergence between the two. So the weakest link of them all is really the people. So what we did, what we are doing is, before we put people on the ground, because what we are using body cameras for monitoring the disasters and incidents, critical incidents. So what we are doing is we have to vet these people. No, they should know how to use the different devices, and of course, then we have to train them over and over again. So this is a continuous process, and in the Philippine National Police, the police officers do not stay in their job for a very long time. So we keep on rotating people every 2 years. So that's why we have to really vet and train them in accordance to our mission.
Okay, and that could be challenging every 2 years. So, that training regime has to be quite stringent, right, Sir Benjamin?
Yeah. Especially now it's a COVID time, so we have to deal with them online. No, especially when you do online, the student cannot really internalize this training. So we have to improvise, no? And we have to build we have to train the trainers, no? So that the physical training will be all over the Philippines. Philippines has so many islands. So what we are doing is we have to train people on the ground, on the different islands, and then they are the ones who are doing the physical training for all our people handling IT.
I mean, in the past 2 days or so, when I do a lot of research on IT, OT, I actually hear a lot of that, you can't just have the one plan. Like Daniel pointed out, you need to have a lot of different plans if it doesn't work out. The next question is for you, Rahul. I mean, how do you protect obsolescence system and processes in the manufacturing environment, especially, with just what Daniel and Sir Benjamin just say, systems that are still with Windows 95, for instance?
Yeah, so this is one significant difference that you have between the IT environment and the OT environment. In the IT environment, generally obsolescence is not an issue. Most of the time, you are within the life cycle and it can be changed relatively easily. On the production equipment side, that's really a little difficult, because whenever you change, it's like doing a new project, and that just costs time, and sometimes it's a large investment as well. So the way we do it is that number one is the segmentation. So on the OT side, we made sure that in some places, our network is well segmented. So the obsolete equipment are in one part of the segment. The other thing is actually to put a small firewall around the obsolete equipment, and you man the gateway between that equipment and the rest of the network in terms of the source destination that you're tracking, the ports on which you're communicating, the protocol. So these are things. So the idea is to have a very, very tight control on what goes in and comes out of that equipment. So these are generally the precautions that we take whenever we have the opportunity to protect our obsolete network, equipment.
Okay. I mean, John, I mean, with that in mind, I mean, how do you use, or how do we use next generation firewall to protect our OT network? I mean, do you use other solutions as well? And so what are the pros and cons?
Yeah, so the next gen firewalls become very helpful in the segmenting the high zones and the low zones, ensuring we have the minimal amount of traffic that we know and we can understand. But the benefits of the next gen firewalls is the richness of the inspection. So we can actually gain a lot of telemetry that we can actually use for other reporter tools and our performance management tools. You don't necessarily need to turn up the full 100% enforcement settings. You can actually just turn up to a level where you're actually collecting a lot of the telemetry for a lot of the mission critical flows as well. And with the content updates and the application awareness, we can start to understand the behavior of the applications and what normal is, and then what a deviation from that is. In association with that, having good standard practices, as was mentioned by other people here, around configuration management, making sure we're profiling. The one thing that we don't want to be doing is to turn up a lot of the tools too fast and too high and actually inadvertently impact the performance of mission critical data flows.
So what you just say, that you kind of have to sort of continuously checking on all these things. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's a lot of monitoring. One of the behaviors to a lot of the system changes, a small bug fix can introduce a little bit of latency in the transactioning time. The one thing that we don't want is that accumulating over time, or inadvertently a blame being put on the technology if it is a system or a patch update that's actually generated some of the performance deviations. But it's having that accurate baselining and that profiling that actually has the people understand a lot better as to what change impacts and how it can actually affect downstream processes as well.
Does it keep you awake at night with that? But you don't have to answer that. I mean, I'm pretty sure, there's, among other things as well. I mean, Rahul, I mean, with that, I mean, when you do equipment maintenance, right? I mean, how do you deal with the connections to third-party service provider that are necessary to keep your operation running while needing to be secure at the same time?
So what we do at our end is we generally use a VPN connection, number one. Then the VPN is responsible for posture checking the equipment on the other side. So we make sure that the equipment that is being used is patched up, is malware free, and only then it's allowed into the network. And on the OT side, then as I mentioned, it's a segmented network. So we make sure that the access provided is just appropriate for the person's job that needs to be done. Secondly, it's a manned access. So somebody is actually making sure that he's tracking what's being done on the equipment through the jump server, etc. And then we use some tools, third-party access tools, which track the transactions as well as record them. So as things are happening, so that if there is any case of requiring where you need to audit what was done, data is available for us to check. So these are some of the things that we are doing.
Okay. I mean, there is a consistency here that, what you just say and what John just say is still, monitoring is a lot of work there. Is that right, Rahul?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you repeat it?
No, what I mean, I just have to comment, not a question. Okay. John was saying that, there's a lot of monitoring going on. And what you just saying that, even with third parties itself, there's still a lot of monitoring going on, and a lot of checking, and make sure that, they're not messed up your system. Is that what it is? Yeah, it is. Absolutely. See, the point is, it's a very, very critical equipment. And unlike IT, in the OT, the implications on safety are very large. So if equipment misbehaves because of any reason,
the chances of somebody getting hurt physically are very high. So that's the reason why it's very critical that somebody keeps watching what is being done.
So this is just not inconvenient for perhaps some data leak. This is actually live matter, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So Benjamin, with that note, I mean, the next question is for you. There is an increased trend of IT/OT convergence on public critical infrastructure. Due to digitizations, to improve public services, securities such as police operation network, for command, control, emergency, especially with COVID time, facility and data center. And you also just mentioned, even you training your team, you need to now go virtual. I mean, this IT/OT converge also increases a lot of cyber risk. I mean, how do you plan for that? I mean, how do you plan for security?
Yeah, actually, that's one of our main problems now when we deal with the security of our systems, because we have so many users in the for our police organization. We have more than 200,000 PNP personnel, and 80% of that use different IT infrastructure, IT systems, no, both for protecting the people and our administrative work. So as mentioned earlier, really it's a very challenging to protect this and secure this IO. Most of us, a big part of us use the IoT, the body worn camera. So the video being recorded in the body worn camera is being used in our courts. So we really need to secure this so that it will be part of the evidence in the future. So of course we need to secure our network. At the same time, we have to secure our data.
Okay. I mean, you just mentioned integrations, legacy system as well, and it is very, very hard just to basically manage it all. Then the next question is for Daniel. Being a CIO for a telco company in the past, and now managing, a team that is for a cybersecurity firm, one of the best. What are the challenges you face when extended security technology and best practices from IT to OT in your experience? And I mean, last but not least, and how can they be overcome?
Yeah, I'm totally agree what Benjamin just talked about. Like the people, actually, the people is the most difficult thing to handle, because I'm on the IT side of my previous company, and I have to work with the OT side to extend my the security posture, and those two teams usually will have a very different agenda. In IT, we are more focusing on data privacy and also some operational issue respected to data. But the OT team usually will be more concerned about the availability of the system and whether they can provide the product and services with a good quality. So a lot of the time we need to overcome the challenge about the different concern between the two teams. So we actually, like, during the past, I've been working in that company for more than 14 years. So we have a lot of challenging question before, but we actually quite successfully to develop a approach, and which should be shared to others to overcome such challenge. So after a few years of argument about how to manage IT, OT, and also this security issue, that we come up with a common set of language between the two our organization. In example, for some of the example is like we leverage a common API to talk to each other, so that any changes on those things, we just update the API and ensure this different type of data are being communicated properly. There are also other challenge, especially in the OT environment, when IT try to have the convergence with OT, is that one of the things is about the scalability issue on IT. To cope with the OT data, because OT, especially in the industrial 4.0, like massive amount of OT equipment, sensor equipment are putting in place, which generate quite a lot of data. And IT actually has to adopt it to with newer technologies such as like data lake, even event programming. Well, all these new application developed also have a lot of potential security issue. That's why during the IT OT convergence, the IT side, when they are helping OT to develop different type of application, we need to start to have a shift left approach. That means like to find out all the vulnerability when we are developing the application to match to cope with the OT data. So that's very important. And a lot of people, when they are managing the infrastructure, they forget about the application side. But actually, a lot of the cybersecurity recently happened is from the application side. The infrastructure side is quite, we have quite a lot of tools on it, but a lot of the applications still have a lot of vulnerability, especially the application that is designed for your own critical infrastructure. And last but not least is the evolution of IT is usually much faster than the OT side. And that is causing some of the problem because like, as I mentioned before, the IT patch management cycle is usually much faster, but the OT, just like what you say, is usually more stable environment, and we wish to have less patch on it. So how to cope with them is a lot of time we need to overcome it, leveraging new technologies such as edge computing. But it also raises out another issue about security on remote access, especially like between the people, how they access the IT and OT. So I think it's very important that organizations should start to adopt a zero trust level access approach, no matter and have a proper classification of how people are being accessed into their IT network or the OT network. And zero trust is very, very important because I know a lot of organizations still didn't have a proper zero trust network access control policy in their practice, especially on the critical infrastructure.
Daniel, I mean, you mentioned about zero trust. The other day I was talking to another CISO. It's easy to talk about zero trust, but when the implementation starts, apparently they come across a lot of issues, like you just mentioned, you know, talents, staff or team whatsoever. Also, Daniel, when you provide a pretty comprehensive overview, and there is a lot of information there. So with that, the next questions go to John. Okay, John, Daniel was just talking about communication, partners, data, and zero trust, and all that needs to be all, I guess, synchronized. I mean, the questions to you is that how do we protect OT environments that has highly restricted data and open communication to external organizations, like Daniel just say we manage the API, etc., and sort of thing. You know, and in a market that that are driven by supply chain eco partners that provide services to you or to all the OT partners. I mean, for instance, the power utility value chain. Yeah, John? I leave the hard question for you because I just summarized what Daniel said.
Not a problem. There was a lot of great topics there by Daniel as well. So on this kind of topic, as the world moves towards renewables, new sources of energy, there's a lot of change in the grid, in the way power gets generated and the way it gets distributed. And there's different peaks and troughs with such power. Being able to participate in the market has its own challenges. There's other third parties that will be participating in the market. The legacy utility companies are now intrinsically embedded now into that supply chain. They want to be part of that supply chain. How we make ourselves more resilient, more available, but also a lot more dynamic, to the point that Daniel was making. The use of APIs, the more dynamic nature, the exchange of information, who we're exchanging it with. There will be contractual obligations. If we miss the data or if we don't transfer the data, someone's going to want us to pay a fine, or for breach of the lack of transferring power. So the maturity, and this is back to the people, like everyone else on the call has been saying, different groups need to work together. The integration teams with the traditional networking teams, the OT teams, to the people that actually run the contractual agreements with these third parties, and then the whole service delivery model across the whole group. If there was an impact, where would we look to find the root cause and be able to quickly identify which team would actually need to respond? Is it a drop in a telco network, the internet, a third party, something behind the scenes in the depths of an OT infrastructure system? So transferring the data could be easy, or could be one element for a utility, but everyone needs to protect themselves and make sure that when they grab their data or they push the data, they're very sure of what they've actually executed, good auditing, good monitoring, and then the people to actually work together to actually identify how we actually get the metrics and how the metrics are then reportable, so it's clear to everyone where we actually might have an impact or a degradation of performance.
Okay. John, you also just mentioned people. Daniel mentioned people, talents, partners. Benjamin saying the same. Rahul, the last question is for you. Okay. I mean, it's easy to talk to IT staff or about OT team, about security in OT, or the other way around. So what is our biggest challenge? I mean, I just want to know, is it easy to really educate IT staff in OT security, and the other way around? And what are the biggest challenge?
So there are challenges on both sides, and what we need to appreciate what is different in each. So on the IT side, we are used to automation for patch uploading, AV upload, etc., etc. On the OT side, that does not happen. The other thing is the OT environment allows maintenance only when the equipment are being taken for maintenance. So your update rhythms have to be synchronized with the preventive maintenance of the equipment. The other thing which is very different between IT and OT is the patches that we upload have to be validated by the vendor, the original equipment manufacturer, so that they have to validate that updating this patch is not going to hurt your operations. So making sure that you have that information updated and only then you patch it, that's actually a challenge for most of the IT folks. So essentially, it is the difference in these rhythms of operations in these two environments, which each of them needs to appreciate. See, the OT team actually is conversant with IT because they all have computers, they all use email, internet, all other enterprise applications. So they have some level of understanding. So the IT folks to appreciate the difference in rhythm and the compulsions of actually behaving in a particular way on the shop floor, that's a little difficult for them to sort of get initially. But once they get it, then architecturally these are similar systems. So once this appreciation is there, then there are no challenges. But till the point where they appreciate why the OT environment is different, till that time you have challenges.
Okay, thank you, Rahul.
Yeah.
Right. Now we come to almost a last leg of our panel. Now I'll get everyone to sort of share your own best practices. Since that today's panel is not about technology, what are the key components that really need to I guess be aware of and taken care of if it's not technology? I'll start with Sir Benjamin first, then we go to Daniel, John, and Rahul. You okay, Sir Benjamin?
For our side, basically, we need to take care of our people because this, as I mentioned, this is our weakest link. So we have to train them over and over again, and we have to vet them, and we have to maintain the security, not only the physical security, their access to our systems, but also on their day-to-day life. So that's it. So it's all about people.
So people, Daniel.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the most important first is people. Okay, yeah, it's always people, especially like the people managing the IT and OT have a lot of different concerns. They really need to find a way to work out a standard of communication between these two type of system or what sort of data they need to carry around. But the other part is as Rahul mentioned about the process. Okay, the IT people and OT people usually differently handling on the cybersecurity. So we need to put in adoption, especially on the OT side, on the cybersecurity as a main concern on the product quality or your service quality. Okay, some of the example can be using like the total quality management approach, incorporating 5S with a cybersecurity as their basic scoreboard for manufacturing. These are very good approach, and some of the US company actually start to adopt it, so that get the people to have raised their awareness about the importance of the cybersecurity. And I think that is quite important on the people and also the process side. Yeah.
Okay, John.
Following the same theme here, it is about the people and the process. So we have different environments. You've got what traditionally is a very static environment, OT, to what is a very dynamic environment, IT, and the worlds are coming together. And then we've got people that are of different mindsets with different motivations as to what they do for their day-to-day practices of work and what their routines are, and trying to have a bit of a blend of those routines and the people working together. Not everyone's going to be an expert in everything, and not all the tools and all the software and all the assets in an OT environment will be up to the latest and greatest versions. And some of the OT vendors that we work with embed their products with known static files or systems or packages that will not be able to be updated. So the risk management processes that are overlaid over the top of these functions are actually what are becoming very important, and that actually is the people that's driving a lot of these.
Okay, risk management. Rahul?
Yeah, like all the panelists have mentioned, people are the most important components, and not only because they are, what should I say, they're important in terms of operations of our environment, they are also a reasonably large chunk of the risks that come into the system because of a lack of cybersecurity behavior. So awareness training and in terms of a regular update on what is the best behavior to exhibit while using any IT asset or OT asset, that's very important. So you have behaviors pertaining to emails, opening of emails which are of a dubious origin, using bad passwords. You can have the whole technology deployed, but if your password is pass@123, then everything that you've built on it is actually gone for a toss.
Okay, no problem. We'll encourage the view 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8.
Yeah.
All right, we are come to the end for this particular panel now, gentlemen. So thank you so much for sharing. Okay. Can we put our hand together for Daniel Kwong, CISO for Fortinet, Southeast Asia and Hong Kong, John Mihalis, Solution Architect for Essential Energy, Police Brigadier General Benjamin De Santos, Junior Chief, PMP Commander Center Directorate for Operations Monitor of Disasters, Crisis, Incident and Operations, and last but not least, Rahul Kane, Head of Digital Center for Excellence for Hindaco. I'm going to give you applause, okay? Thank you so much for your time and knowledge and sharing. I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, our dear panelist and moderator, for the highly engaging panel discussion. Dear participants, please be reminded to help us fill up the survey form during the break or at the end of the session. The survey button is at the top of the navigation bar. Your feedback is extremely valuable to us. We look forward to hearing from you. Also, you're welcome to make a meeting appointment with our security experts. Just click on the meeting button at the side anytime during the summit. Our next topic is on Elevate Leadership, Cyber Strategies for Operational Resilience. The future of work for leaders includes strategies to solve big problems and being adaptable to change. This quick session will be focused on high priorities and lessons learned with strategies every leader can use to build cybersecurity resilience in their business. Join our next speaker, Connie Murray, CISO, Fortinet Australia, to find out more. Let's welcome Mr. Connie Murray.
It is not what we know that is important. It's what we know that is no longer so. And also the future of work for leaders includes strategies to solve big problems, but also being adaptable to change. Now, being adaptable for change for me is one of those components when we look at the placebo effect. Now, the placebo effect started in 1811 with Dr. Henry Beecher when he ran out of morphine and he wanted to give something for his soldiers to feel better. Now, the question is, do we have the same thing when we look at that same approach from cyber? Are we just utilizing or doing things to make us feel better? Or is there a real change that we can do within the business? And this is where we sometimes have the conversation, can technology be a business enabler? But also at the same time, can security be a business enabler? And what if we take that to the next step? We talk about compliance and regulation. Can that be a business enabler or help reduce business risks? Or again, is that just a beautiful paperweight exercise? Now, what we've seen in stats is that if we utilize cybersecurity and if we implement controls in cyber risk, it can reduce your risk anything between 83 and 94%. So looking at that strategy, one can see that cybersecurity can really be a business enabler. I also want to look then at business priorities for the CISOs. When looking at the priorities, and this is from research from the ADAPT group, one can see a strong focus when we talk about people, processes, and technology. We want to bring those things together. So people, that is the business. Bringing that complexity or reducing the complexity is really, really important. So we want to understand, can we build a secure and trusted organization? That's a number one priority for CISOs according to the one report that they've done this year. The second one is, can we use technology to enable businesses and also improve efficiency? A lot of times when I speak to business owners, this comes on the question from technical debt. When we try and we implement solutions that's old, and we will always come back to that, I'll fix it later. And then 3 or 4 years, we've never went back to fix some of those issues. And then, new technology, new problems, we fall into that technical debt. So how can we reduce that technical debt is important, but while reducing that, also focus on, can we build the bank of the future? So those are a couple of really important things that we can look at. Now, if we look at people, processes, and technology, the second one, what about the processes? Can we create a workflow that can enable digital transformation? Those things are really important to have a look at that. And then a fifth important point there that we see, of course, it is the cost. Can we look at consolidation? Can we look at reducing the cost? But one question there is, when we look at reducing the cost, that does not necessarily mean also a reduction in cyber resilience. So when looking at those things, it's a couple of questions that's really important that we should ask, specifically around the assets that we want to protect. And if data is part of that assets, what are some of the questions we see leaders are asking? One of those components is, what is my data, of course, but what is my critical data? Where is my critical data stored, but also who has access to the data? Another component to ask is also, who else has access to the data? Why is that important? By understanding the visibility in your data and understanding that flow can help you to give you visibility into some of those threats in the environment as well. And that's a big approach that we believe we can do from Fortinet. It is that consolidation, but have that visibility in your environment. As we're going through adoption, as we're going through change, it's very important to understand what are those challenges and those changes within your data itself. Now, if we look at technical debt, it can be a roadblock for businesses and for transformation. Now, Daniel Kahneman, he's the psychologist and a Nobel Prize winner that wrote a book about what is the name of the book? I'll think of the name of the book in a second. But in the book that he wrote there, he said that there are two systems that we have. One is thinking fast and one is thinking slow. So when we're looking at these components from the two systems, we need to look at what we see is all there is. When do we need to make fast decisions? And when do we need to take a step back and just go, hold on a second, I want to analyze this or have data in this. Now, this is really important to create this, because if we look at awareness, some of the components is going to make quick and effective decisions. An example is, if we look at ransomware as a threat, you don't always have years or months to look at that threat in your business. It's sometimes a quick, effective decision that you need right now. What is that impact to my business? What are the challenges? If there is a threat, can I have my visibility and what can I have to mitigate that? So those things are really important. That then comes back to the component also from what we see from a mesh approach. What we see in the business is all there is, right? So how do we see what it is from a technical capabilities? So having that understanding that people move from best of breed to best of solutions is really important. And that's one of the components that we've seen in the industry. Bringing that consolidation, bringing that view is really important. Second point there is around, as we're elevating the leadership, when we move and speak to the board of directors, how important is it for them to know that their focus is business strategies? what is our expectation from them to say, hey, what is their understanding of awareness from a cybersecurity perspective? And that's the responsibility for CISOs as well, to elevate that responsibility on what we have, to learn more about the business acronyms that's important for them, so that when we have those conversations, it is the conversations that's effective and visible for the business on what they need to move forward. And that's the second component. The third one there is around business resilience around the threat landscape. Now, the threat landscape, yes, we can talk about the technology, we can talk about the challenges and the changes on how that changed. An example from ransomware, the evolution from that now, for instance, is the data extortion, where they've seen that businesses are having backups and they are able to restore their data. But when they steal your data and they having that data for ransom itself to say, hey, if you don't pay us, we'll release it. That's a different approach, right? But so we understand that's the technical component from the threat landscape, but we also need to understand the business challenges on the landscape that's changing. For Australia, an example, it is the ransomware bill that came out. So it's again a notification on that. We've got something called the critical infrastructure. So what do businesses need then based on the new regulations or the new laws that can enable, make sure that the business is protected from the beginning all the way through as well? And that then brings us back into the component from zero trust. Again, that's a concept that's not new. It's been in the industry for more than 10 years, but I think the value for it now is more prominent than ever before. Building that awareness from where is my data, who's got access to my data, where is my data moving is very, very important in today's environment. Why is that? Especially as we move into the cloud, where my data can move everywhere. Anybody can almost take your data and put it in an S3 bucket. You want to have visibility into where your data is moving, and again, build that as part of your asset inventory. Another component there that we've seen, of course, is no surprise, is the work from everywhere. Those things are really important from what is the new norm and what is that going to look like? Is it going to be different? Is it going to be normal? And that's really important to focus on. But another one there around is on cyber maturity. How important is that for businesses, and to which point can we lead them to build maturity for the business? So an example there is, if we look at the maturity levels, is break it down into 5 components to understand where are you now and where you would like to be. Now, for those that's online, have a look at this. Again, this is an example of what you can look at from a maturity model, but build it in from where you are and where you would like to be is important. But also reach out to the Fortinet team, because we can help you to identify a model that can help you to build in, for instance, the zero trust and build that maturity within your business itself. That way you can look at what do you need now, but focus not only on the technical debt that you want to move away from, but building a bank of the future from a technology perspective. And again, using the mesh approach or a fabric approach can definitely help you to integrate those components together. Now, you might go and say, Kunal, that is really, really good. What else can we do from a strategic perspective? And I'm going to say, hold on to that thought, because that's indeed one of the components we can also take you on the journey. Because what we've seen there is really important is frameworks that can really give you a strategic advantage. And these are some of the points here. I would say, please take a screenshot of this, but we can also share this with you. Have a look at these components that's important for your business to drive that on to the next level. I want to say thank you for your time in the last 10 minutes. I'm Cornelius Murray, CISO for Fortinet Australia. Please reach out if you have any questions on what I've shared today. Thank you for your time. Lights out.
Thank you, Mr. Connie Murray, for the wonderful insight. I see questions chiming through the course of the virtual conference, and we thank you so much for your questions. We'll be spending the next 15 minutes to address your queries. Keep your questions coming in. We will make sure that your questions get a response. You can also post your questions during the panel discussion segment now. The chat box is down below, and if you click on it, you can type them in the box provided. The topic for this current panel discussion is Rethinking the Approach to Industrial Control System Security. As OT systems becomes more connected for driving productivity and enabling remote workforces, this introduces a whole new level of cybersecurity threats to what was once an air-gapped network. The ICS equipment experts will discuss the impacts on how the control systems are evolving in light of increasing security needs for end users. Let us welcome our moderator, Jeffrey Tay from the Tay Group. Next up, we have Camilo Gomez, Global Cybersecurity Strategist from Yokogawa USTC. Next, we have Max Martino, Global Head of Growth Strategy, Industrial Cyber and Digital Security from Siemens Energy. Next, we have Andre Shorey, Chief Information Security Officer from Asia Pacific, Schneider Electric. And finally, we have Emmanuel Miranda, Business Development Director, Operational Technology from Fortinet. Handing over to you, Jeffrey, to moderate this segment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022. My name is Jeffrey Tay. I'll be your host for this panel discussion titled Rethinking the Industrial Control System Security Approach. Now, joining me, we have Emmanuel Miranda, Business Development Director, OT, Critical Infrastructure Asia Pacific at Fortinet. Andre Shorey, Chief Information Security Officer for Asia Pacific region at Schneider Electric. We have Camilo Gomez, a Global Cybersecurity Strategist at Yokogawa USTC. Last but not least, we have Max Martino, Global Head of Growth Strategy, Industrial Cyber and Digital Security at Siemens Energy. Now, I would like to give you an overview and also what a takeaway that we will get from this particular panel. Now, the success of ICS security requires a collaborative approach among ICS community to close security gap. Organizations often expand partnership across ICS community to gather data, expertise, and ideas to strengthen their capability. The speaker will jointly share innovative ICS cybersecurity best practices in today's session. All right, that's enough. I think we should get to the questions and ask some background questions to start this particular panel. Camilo, with over 30 years of experience in OT and IT cybersecurity and risk management, how often do you have to rethink or redesign your approach to safeguard the ICS and why?
Thank you, Jeff. Really important question. How often you need to rethink your strategy directly depends on whether the approach that the organization is taking towards risk management and cybersecurity, of course, is reactive or proactive. Those organizations with a reactive approach normally tend to believe they are immune to cybersecurity attack and typically plan for the minimum, whereas the organizations with a proactive and adaptive approach understand that resiliency, the capacity to quickly recover, is directly related to their ability to anticipate, detect, contain, and respond. So a proactive approach requires commitment to continuous improvement first, requires realizing that the cyber threat, in particular targeted threat, is increasing, and requires understanding that the technology is also constantly evolving, all of which in turn require the organizations to plan, to develop cybersecurity capability and maturity, to continuously probe their cyber defenses, to continuously exercise incident response and test recovery plans, and more importantly, to continuously learn and adjust their approach from those lessons. Like safety, cybersecurity relies on good habits and those of practice and repeated exercise. So a reactive stance normally requires to thoroughly rethink the approach, which is costly and inefficient, while a proactive approach requires adjusting the maturity plans, which is normally efficient and typically less costly, not only in terms of the security program costs, but also in terms of the impact and consequences of the cyber threat to the organization.
Okay, well, thank you, Camilo, for the answer. Okay, Max, your role is by helping Siemens Energy clients and partners with their cybersecurity challenges and also strengthens security posture in operation technology. Now, since we're in the topic of rethinking the approach of ICS security, what are the new risks our audience need to be aware of?
Thank you for that clear note. So it's a combination of factors, and actually they are cause and effect of each other as well. So looking at what we've been enduring the last couple of years around COVID and the increase in the need for digitization and connectivity into previously non-connected environments in the energy sector and the OT environments, they actually increase the risk exposure that the OT environments are actually enduring. What Camilio just mentioned is the increase of targeted attacks is definitely from a threat vector, a serious threat. And that increase is also actually caused by having this access now to be able to target OT environments since the increase of connectivity. And I would say the combination of the two actually excel each other and really require a mature approach when digitizing to make sure that a security strategy is part of that digitization methodology.
Okay. Andre, I mean, the terms infrastructure, I mean, meanings that involve connected technology and economy. I mean, we all witness the rise in compliance requirement for CII. I mean, with that, how do you rethink your approach with ICS security?
Thanks, Jeff, for the great question. And I'm glad that you threw the compliance and legislation question to me, because that's something that's certainly in the GRC space we deal with all the time. Also, I'm going to say hi to Max and Camilo as well. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with you. With regard to your question, so yeah, critical infrastructure acts, I think, are on the rise. Certainly, we see a lot of activity in this area, in this space. And it's really great to see that more governments are recognizing cybersecurity as a risk that must be managed as part of a nation's overall health, right? And they're also taking steps to make sure that their operators are part of that conversation. So a couple of examples in the region, the APAC region, Australia just recently reformed its Critical Infrastructure Act last month. Singapore, where I'm based, rolled out their Cybersecurity Act in 2018 and has been progressively implementing that. So it's great to see some of the changes that has put forward and pushed. I like that other countries and regions as well have similar activity in this space. You know, China, the UK, the EU, and of course the United States are certainly taking the cybersecurity of the most important services really seriously. So we're definitely seeing a growing focus and attention that's being paid by the regulators in ensuring that cyber risks are addressed by critical infrastructure operators. I also like the fact that many governments are gradually moving the bar upwards in helping make sure that a minimum level of cybersecurity operations and governance exists to help mitigate the threat of foreign and domestic electronic attacks on their utilities and their infrastructure, because a cybersecurity attack on critical infrastructure can have that really wide impact on the general population. It's also important to keep in mind, of course, if you're a CII operator or working in a CII, is that regulations are the minimum set of controls that you must have. And these controls, it's really about just keeping your operator's license. If you're a compliance organization, that's your focus, and that's inadvisable. It's not sufficient to just comply with these rules. You have to have that mature, risk-managed cybersecurity program that's continually adapting to a shifting threat landscape, keeps changing all the time. And the risk profile for each CII is going to be different as well. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach that you can take either. I highly encourage all the critical infrastructure operators or CII operators to bear in mind that cybersecurity isn't just another operating expense, but you have to see it as a business risk, one that requires the right level of attention and resources to convert it from an OPEX to a strategic differentiator. And by strategic differentiator, I mean something that helps you guarantee the loyalty of your customers, who very often are also your citizens with those very important voting rights. So in short, it's really important that people feel safe and secure in their homes. So keeping the power on and keeping the water clean is really important. Back to you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Andre. Emmanuel, hi, how are you? Now that you hear all the speaker and how they rethink their approach, how and where have Fortinet been helping customer to secure their ICS and critical infrastructure with their new approach?
Absolutely, thank you, Jeff. More customers have secure or are budgeting to secure the IT/OT convergence with the DMZ, a demilitarized zone, thanks to a next generation firewall. and which is already an important step as segmentation is key in protecting OT wherever you are operating. However, much more can be done, and this is how we can help from a technology standpoint. First, application control and IPS embedded in a next generation firewall, and this is for virtual patching or granularity into the OT networks. We have enhanced as well micro-segmentation, and this is to strengthen the network below the DMZ. We do also visibility, mainly for OT security operations with the 40 SIM. We have embedded the Purdue model, a couple of OT dashboards, and soon the ICS meter attack matrix. Last but not least, we leverage intelligence via FortiGuard Labs, which is the Fortinet research arm, and we have developed a dedicated bundle for industrial security. So in a nutshell, this is how we contribute. Back to you, Jeff.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, well, let's begin with the real questions. And this question go to Max. Max, I mean, how has resilience been showing up in oil rigs and platform since the pandemic last year? I mean, in terms of cybersecurity measure and non-cybersecurity measure.
That's a great question, and it's a very interesting aspect actually of what I do. So when it comes to oil and gas, it's a very unique environment, especially looking specifically at platforms and remote environments. So there is a increasing need to actually adopt a mature security level at these kind of sites. But the complexity really comes to when looking at the environment, which for two reasons becomes tough, I would say, from implementing the right controls. One is the traditional long and old environments, which we call legacy, are very common in these type of platforms. And second is, how do you actually ensure a proper security posture when there is no connectivity for a very long time, and all of a sudden then connectivity is introduced? So there are different approach to this, but what we've seen is a best practice is to actually leverage really modern technologies and the use of AI or ML to be able to provide resilience at a level which doesn't require the need to be based on what's known, and being ahead of implementing controls that allow you to have protection against the unknown allows you to not require access or update or management of this for a period of time when you cannot be connected. When it comes to the impact, so there is, because of the legacy aspect, actually, this increases that exposure and makes the impact so much more significant with the increase of what is actually out in the open and the amount of malware and different aspects that are in the wild. So any point of connectivity actually becomes a huge matter of risk as to the opportunity of something going wrong and actually impacting the environment. Besides that, of course, there's also targeted threats that take that opportunity and actually monitor that point of access and leverage that to really impact the assets. So it's a very different approach. It's also always key to ensure whatever is implemented when using AI, that the priority is actually the operations and it does not impact business itself from implementing cyber controls, not just the actual cyber threat risk.
So it's also literally monitoring continuously. And Max, I see that it is what keeps you at night. Is that what it is?
There's many things that keep me up at night, but yes, okay. I mean, we as it's interesting because Andre mentioned earlier, keep the water flowing. In Siemens Energy, we actually say keep the lights on, but it keeps my lights on as well. So,
all right, great, Camilo. I mean, the next question is for you. I mean, how do you, illustrate? I mean, can you illustrate, okay, how cybersecurity has become more prominent in your product planning and developments over the last decade?
Yeah, product planning, the planning for the security of our products is I guess, an important subject for all of us in this panel today, of course, including Emmanuel, Andre, and Max, right? For all of the companies we represent. So, but the important thing is that we cannot work product security in silos, right? Just as the supplier or the end user making demands. So we need to work in conjunction. So we think in our approach in Yokogawa in particular, making how we make product security embedded into our culture. We started with a commitment to what we call the secure by design of our products, and the support of that security through the product lifecycle. That is something that is a constant in Yokogawa. As a matter of fact, we do so that by working closely with our customers and, of course, with the industry in alignment with the development of cybersecurity standards and certifications for industrial automation. So it doesn't help for one company to enable some security functionality that the end user cannot use, or that maybe won't be able to interoperate with other products, right? So in the case of Yokogawa, we started our journey in 2007, the same year the ISA 62443, that 1-1 standard was first released, right? And that same year, we joined ISA Secure, the Certification Institute of ISA ISKI, as founding member. So, and the interesting thing is that we did, like some of the other companies present here, we started that process 6 years before the first requirement for system security was released. And similarly to that, and in that same year, in 2013, Yokogawa obtained for the first time cybersecurity certification for our products, right? So again, that was ahead of published standards 5 years before. So, and this is common for many industrial automation vendors that we started to work proactively in the security certification of our products, and even before the standards were released. So we are one of those big and good examples. So, and yeah, let me finish one more thing. I said a couple more things. In addition to working with industrial certification standards, I think for Yokogawa, it has been important, as I mentioned, to work with our customers and what the end users are looking for and the new technologies. In particular, we joined OPAF as a founding member in 2017 and have been contributing to the development of the specification as well, the security specification as well. So for us, the assurance of security capability in current and new industrial technologies is an important attestation of the proactive security approach. Back to you, Jeff.
Okay, great. I mean, Camilla, what you just said is very resonant with Max early on answers that, you know, cybersecurity should be the forefront when you start planning anything, okay? The next, I'll leave one of the harder questions for Andre, because I like Andre a lot. Log4j, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you heard about it. And then in December, it actually all blows up. And I think it makes a lot of CISO as well as cybersecurity professionals running around. Now, the Log4j dilemma, as compared with the previous supply chain attack, it is hard to identify exactly what had affected. How do we continuously mitigate Log4j vulnerability in OT setting? Andre?
Thanks, Jeff. And yes, Log4j, what a wonderful Christmas present that was to wake up to have right in the middle of the Christmas holidays, this blow up. You're absolutely right. It did keep everyone very, very busy. It certainly made for a sleepless December. I think most of us saw Santa running around because we were up trying to mitigate this risk. But Log4j was great because it illustrated one of the benefits of it. And every incident is a learning opportunity. So one of the things that it helped reinforce for Schneider is that a program of continuous vigilance is really important, right? Having those reoccurring vulnerability scans to have that visibility into our infrastructure so that we know where these code libraries existed. Making sure that we had, in terms of OT and IT, that proper segmentation, that separation, so that Log4j we were able to isolate that and deal with it in each environment. So microsegmentation, having the separate VLANs was really, really important. Putting all your critical endpoints behind firewalls, coupled with IDS and IPS, as mentioned by Emmanuel just a minute ago. That's really, really important as well, because it helps control the traffic. And then, of course, monitoring all of this and feeding this to your SOC, and in particular an OT-oriented SOC, is particularly important so that you're able to detect and mitigate. It's also part of a overarching cybersecurity program, and a mature program for Schneider anyway looks like this, right? So at the first line of defense, the first line defenders are our OT cybersecurity site leaders. And these are people who have a strong understanding of the assets and incident identification and mitigation. So they have some knowledge in that area. Then built on top of that, in a way like a layered defense, is we also have a level 2 team that's trained up, especially and has a broader knowledge of cybersecurity and also incident response and mitigation. And of course, on top of that, you need a SOC, right? You need something, a unit that's strong in cybersecurity knowledge and is able to correlate all the different data sources, like Log4j attacks or some of the IOCs that were oriented around that, and having that correlation and orchestration and managing the incident until it's closed as well. Again, as I mentioned, defense in depth. Another thing that was really useful to us for Log4j was making full use of our threat intelligence program. That was particularly useful to us because that fed us the IOCs. We were able to integrate that into our defenses in an agile manner. We were became very rapidly aware of the TTPs, the threats, tools, technologies, and processes that were used by threat actors. And we were able to also regularly check for updates and patches from all of our upstream vendors and from the industry as well. Another thing that helped us with Log4j, because it was so widespread, was we also found there were several excellent websites, such as GitHub, which was surprising to me, where we were able to check for products that may be affected. And we were then able to develop some bots to go scrape these websites and incorporate that as part of our regular checks on our devices and our perimeter as well. And then keep thinking about shift left. I think that we also need more adoption of software bill of materials, SBOMs. That would have helped us with Log4j had we known where these libraries were utilized. And integrating SBOMs as part of your third-party risk management program with an aim to have more transparency in the makeup of all the software and firmware that's out there, and also to build trust with our customers and our vendors, right? We need to have that trust relationship in place so that we know that what they're feeding us in helping us mitigate this incident is useful. Also, I finally want to mention that, we have to embrace, let's not continue to be afraid of open source anymore. It's become an industry standard practice. So let's deal with it, right? Have that SBOM, have other tools to help maintain awareness, not just for impact assessments, but also for general maintenance, right? So if you're going to use open source, we have to use it responsibly, but we also have to embrace the use of it.
Right. I like your answer. Let's deal with it. Let's just basically, because the technologies, the innovation is coming. There's nothing you can hide about it. And so the next question is, I think, Max, we have to answer, is that in an industrial environment such as power, how do you support asset owner to continue functioning when they're suffering a cybersecurity breach, such as Log4j?
Yes. So sadly, actually, I'm very familiar with this and go through this process actually quite often. And very recently, it was a very significant case actually that happened in Asia, in the region. So it depends again on the customer and what state the environment is in from a security posture. So given that when there is a very high level of visibility and controls in place, it actually allows to mitigate and move forward to take the right precautions and remediate the threat very effectively as all the information is already available. Now, that's not very often the case. That's just the situation we still are in, and is hopefully changing rapidly. So considering then when there are very little controls in place and the maturity of the customer from a cybersecurity standpoint is not at that level to be able to provide all the information that you need to be able to assess the situation, there's a lot of steps to take. And I won't go through all the steps, but the strategy usually boils down to prioritizing operations, if that has actually been taken down as a full, over actually the cybersecurity approach to mitigate, which is not a great thing, but that's usually a business choice. Then when things are running, it's very much looking at the connectivity and understanding if there is a risk of the threat coming back and continuing doing damage in the environment. So what we usually do is we then look at trying to collect all the information to see how the threat actually came through, and what was impacted and what needs to change from a resilience standpoint, and then build that program and make sure that the right resilience is set up for the next level of threat not to be able to do the same amount of damage. The other steps that usually are done at the early stages when you is the disconnecting, back to my earlier point, is the disconnection between IT and OT. This is only done because of the lack of visibility and awareness of what's happening in the OT environment. And usually the threat persists from an IT environment to the OT environment, which is why that disconnect is quickly made. Given the right visibility, of course, the decision to make that disconnect is easier because you'll know the resilience or the impact of, for example, Log4j on the environment, and can choose to disconnect based on a risk assessment. I would say in general terms, that's a high level approach, but it's you can tell by what I've shared that the level of resilience and the level of maturity of visibility into the environment from a cyber perspective is really what helps the timeline to be reduced significantly, and thus also the risk itself.
Okay. Now, you just mentioned resilience. Since the theme today is summit is about building cyber resilience in the digital first world, Camilo, the next is a question is for you. How have you innovated to help your customer to ensure that cybersecurity does not have a negative impact on the performance of your solutions while protecting them at the same time? It's pretty hard to balance, huh?
There's a hard balance what you're asking, right? So innovate, but at the same time, manage any potential impact negative, and also any impact to the performance of our products. We develop automation, industrial automation products, right? So that performance and the availability and integrity of those systems is in many cases a paramount for our customers. So yes, but those technologies also rely on constant innovation. And the ability of us as product suppliers to incorporate those technologies in our products. And as Andrew was mentioning before, yeah, there are many things we need to watch out, like the bill of materials, but the security of the supply chain doesn't stop at industrial automation vendor, but also we have our own supply chain to take care and manage. So, but in many cases, you have the supply chain. We use technologies, but there's also innovation means that you are constantly creating value. And for us, creating value is not necessarily something that we do as a supplier alone. We can co-innovate, and we co-innovate with our customers. And actually, we like to co-innovate with the industry in general, because the adoption of these technologies is only possible if we adopt those using the same rules. Otherwise, the technology might not be able to work, or our products might not be able to interoperate, or those elements are important to our customers today, the ability to have multi-vendor environments, right? So Yokogawa's commitment, it goes beyond the product of our security and automation services, of course. But we are also, one of the things we have developed through our experience, as I mentioned in the previous question, is that we have developed in parallel knowledge and capability to support our customers. And I think Max will touch the subject. We need to work by understanding what is the business of our customers. And we are protecting automation systems, OT. We provide automation systems. So we need to protect those, and we need to help our customers keep safe operations. So we are co-innovating, as I mentioned, with our customers. We like to deliver value to them to secure not only the present, as I mentioned, the current products that we have, but also shape the future. So that's the case, our case, or the intent of our participation in open process automation. Open process automation, many people think that it's related to open software. In our case, it's about open systems. It's multi-vendor participation, right? So that's important that when you move into such environments, even more, it's important to have a reliable cybersecurity management program, and work with your partners in a way that helps you move from, because we're in a big movement. We talk about innovations. We're in a movement we're moving, I guess, the world's moving from industrial automation into industrial autonomy. We want better or more autonomous systems, but a precondition, a prerequisite for that digital transformation of the autonomous world, industrial automation autonomy, is basically cybersecurity. We cannot drive sustainable industrial progress without secure components and systems. So
right.
Back
Camilo, you just mentioned there's a lot of collaborations, etc., and those sort of things. I mean, we are almost running out of time. But Andre, I want to ask you a last questions about cross-functional OT cybersecurity team. I mean, NIST has recommended we're building such team. I mean, what are the do's and don'ts when we put together a cross-functional OT cybersecurity team that be able to support what Camilo say and what Max mentioned just now about forefront of cybersecurity?
Well, certainly the old adage that security or cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility still rings true. But when you think about OT security, the reality is that this space can be quite complex. So hiring, training, and growing cyber expertise is now an essential part of a workforce development program. I also look at it from a HR perspective, right? Not just from a technology or defense perspective. I also still feel that it's easier to take someone today. It's still easier to take someone familiar with OT and teach them cybersecurity. So in Schneider's case, as I mentioned previously, we already have this structure where a person having a strong knowledge of the plant and its assets is then made responsible and designated as a cybersecurity site leader. But to be truly effective as an OT cybersecurity program, you have to also take a bit of a layered approach there. First of all, you have to have the buy-in and support from your top management, right? Without support of top management, you're not going to get very far. You also need the site or plant manager to be on board, and supporting cybersecurity is a topic. And finally, of course, you have, as I mentioned, you have to have that all important and empowered cybersecurity site leader to help drive the security program from the ground. Other do's and don'ts to keep in mind is that for OT priorities, you have to remember that availability and integrity are two of the most important things for you in the OT environment. Your OT cybersecurity team has to understand the specific needs and requirements for the OT environment, which can be very different from the IT environment. I also recommend clear differentiation between your OT and IT assets as much as possible, because when that line gets blurred, then the ownership and incident response becomes very difficult. And finally, and this is probably the most important thing to me, is make sure you have a clear career path for your OT cybersecurity experts. Don't neglect them, right? If you're going to invest a lot into building an effective team, it's important to retain your best talents. So by having an OT-oriented cybersecurity talent development program, you're helping ensure that you're future-proofing what is likely to be a growing need as OT and IoT technologies mature. So keep that in mind. There are several frameworks and guidelines out there that are really useful to look at. I know the Singapore Cybersecurity Agency just released something on the OT skills framework recently. So take a look at all of these. These are great resources to help you build up your capabilities and have that cross-functional team.
Okay. Well, since that we're still in the subject of collaborations, Emmanuel, I need to ask you this. How has Fortinet collaborate with ICS vendor or partners to better secure their premises?
Very good question, Jeff, and thanks again on very good points raised by Andre. In Fortinet, we believe in strong partnership. So either you are a technology partner, a system integrator, or an automation vendor, such as Yokogawa, Schneider Electric, and Siemens Energy, because working together to protect OT, operational technology, is essential to succeed. This is a very important point to us. Now, how do we do that? Again, from a technical standpoint, couple of things. I think the most important one is about 0 days. So discovering vulnerabilities into our partners' platform. This is essential. Then we do create also what we call dissectors. And this is for deep packet inspection. In fact, it's to allow us to inspect their proprietary OT protocols. We do also something testing, which is in fact to integrate our partners into our Fortinet security fabric. And this is to achieve a higher value for the asset owner. Of course, we enhance our existing solution, but we develop also specific features based on our partners' needs. They're on the field, they hear from the customer, they gather data. So we hear from them and we develop or enhance our solutions accordingly. Of course, we do intensive testing and validation of the solution before it goes anywhere to a customer site. One really important topic for the moment, really hot topic, is virtualization. And this is how we blend together as solutions for simplicity, scalability, flexibility, but also increased visibility of the attack surface. Last but not least, I need to talk about the OT certification, which is the NSE 7 from our academy. And this is to train our partners in our technology. Again, in a nutshell, that's what we do. This is how we contribute, Jeff.
Okay, I do want to ask one more debated question, but since that we're running out of time, let's put our hand together and thank you, our panelists and speaker, Emmanuel Miranda, Business Development Director, OT Critical Infrastructure, Asia Pacific at Fortinet, Andre Shore, Chief Information Security Officer for Asia Pacific region at Schneider Electric, Camilo Gomez, Global Cybersecurity Strategist at Yokogawa USTC, and Max Martino, Global Head of Growth and Strategy, Industrial Cyber and Digital Security at Siemens Energy. Put a hand together. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the knowledge and sharing. I do hope to see you next time. And back to our next session then. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, dear speakers, for the wonderful discussion. In the past, industrial control networks have been physically segmented and isolated from the internet to limit cyber breaches. Today, with the increasing connectivity between systems and processes to the outside network to improve efficiency and support work from anywhere strategy, companies are facing unprecedented cyber threats. Even in an air-gapped environment, it is not uncommon to see staff or equipment vendors using external flash drives or laptops to upload contents to a controller during maintenance, exposing the systems to malware attacks. In this session, you will learn why secure remote access should be part of your cybersecurity strategy and learn how you can implement it effectively. Let us welcome Daniel Kwong, CISO Southeast Asia and Hong Kong, for the next presentation.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022. Today, I'm going to talk about the why and how on securing remote access in OT industry. My name is Daniel Kong. I'm the CISO of Southeast Asia, Hong Kong. As you are aware that work from anywhere becomes a most important strategy for most of the industry, especially during the pandemic. And according to the top priority for IT, hybrid working is here to stay. The shift to work remotely is expected to persist even after the pandemic. And 52% of the CIO are expecting that work from home to be increased in 2021, and it will be also increased throughout the pandemic and even when people are going back to the normal. And that is the reason why that hybrid working requirement which in security required to rethink. And a lot of the time, different industry and manufacturing require some different complete revamp of how they think and their approach on cybersecurity. And very important, there are a lot of expansion and diversity on a test surface, especially in the OT environment. Nearly half of the respondents say they couldn't effectively secure employee when they are working from home. And more important, when people are not working in a work office environment, a lot of the time the shadow IT will be continued in presence. And 37% of the respondents are in the recent survey saying that employee has purchased different type of mobile specific application without IT approval. Therefore, zero trust network access become very important. As you can know that in the terms of IT and OT networks are start to converging. And we need to know everyone and everything really on the IT. As Foster has spoken, that we are emerged into a zero trust infrastructure is very important for remote user in accessing no matter whether they are on the cloud service, data center service, SaaS service. And very important, a lot of these platforms are really interconnected in different ways, no matter it is on premises or in cloud or even in the data center. That's why customers should have a clear understanding what sort of platform and what sort of technology allow them to protect it and all the different things connected into their network, including the endpoint, mobile, and how they really connected to the manufacturing operational technology. And especially a lot of the OT environment are in the critical infrastructure that require different type of protection. According to the IEC 62443 compliance solution architecture, there is a need to clear segregation of the operational technology boundary with the IT boundary. And that is very important. In the different product level, the OT are required to separate from IT in order to have a better cybersecurity posture. And as you can see, a lot of manufacturing or critical infrastructure already employing an air gap approach. However, with the work from anywhere initiative, a lot of the time, no matter your internal user, your employee, or even the third party, are required to conduct different workflow into your in your organization that require to provide them a sophisticated and also secure remote access. So here is one of the solution that is providing a OT tailor-made kind of zero trust network architecture for remote access. For example, if especially for a lot of the critical infrastructure, you do not want your user or your third-party user get into your network with their full computing environment. One of the beauty about using the kindness ZTNA remote access solution is to allow that your client to have allow your IT environment to have a better zero trust network architecture management by concentrating all your user access and with zero trust network access management and also the identity management and integrated with different type of directory service in order to provide a secure access and also segregation into the factory edge. And very important, when the traffic actually goes into the factory edge, it also requires to have another layer of ZTNA management in order to clearly identify the user whether they are on the OT domain or the IT domain in order to provide a better access control to your entire infrastructure. Furthermore, customers should be aware that even though you have provided a good remote access infrastructure for your OT network, but it is also very important that analytic approach is very important for your future forensic. You need to know that all your traffic and all your user, all your application, how they are being rendered in the network and provided login audit attempt and also event and also viewing the real-time monitoring and even look up over over previous historic record for your forensic for the forensic environment in case anything really happened. And a lot of the time when third party, especially the third party in the OT infrastructure, especially in the IoT era with Industrial 4.0, a lot of manufacturing are become very smart with a lot of different smart device that require frequent patching and update, no matter on cybersecurity or even on function and feature. So therefore, a lot of the time is required to have different type of firmware or software update to your OT infrastructure. Therefore, clients should also take care about how the file is being uploaded into your OT infrastructure, especially to stop the cyber kill chain in the delivery stage for any malicious activity. As you can see that the threat landscape, especially in OT, keep increasing. In Fortinet, we are seeing lots of different ELF-based, that means Linux-based or executable or malware are actually have been the volume of the attack has been increased in recently. A sandbox solution allow you to, based on a military attack-based advanced threat technology solution, to use machine learning and both static and dynamic analysis to identify and also to distribute intelligence about different type of previous unknown threat, especially in the OT infrastructure. A lot of the equipment require a lot of frequent patching to increase their efficiency and also different type of software update. So one of the example is combining with the OT kindness infrastructure. Customer can actually upload their survey, their third-party vendor or customer can allow their third-party vendor to upload the different type of software for managing the OT equipment via the OT kindness VPA remote access portal that are being scanned by the sandbox technology in order to detect any advanced persistent threat or any zero day before passing into engineering workstation for further processing. So in summary, overall, Fortinet is using a security fabric approach to manage your company cybersecurity in order to increase your security posture. We provide a broad visibility and protection of the entire digital attack surface for better management risk, and also an integrated solution that reduce management complexity and share different threat intelligence according all our platform. And very important, by leveraging a security fabric approach, it helps you to automate a lot of the tasks in terms of security and also your networking in a playbook approach. And moreover, Fortinet is also innovated in a lot of AI solution to drive the cybersecurity with a faster and more efficient operation. Thank you, everyone. Today is end my presentation. Hope you will have some takeaway.
Thank you, Daniel. Today, organizations are adopting defense in-depth strategy to strengthen their OT security posture in response to the increasing ransomware attacks. However, the deployment of many point products to add layers of security for holistic protection has led to system complexity, affecting network latency and incident response time. Our next speaker, Po Chang, Consulting Systems Engineer, will share with you how a robust platform can simplify your security strategy and improve your network performance. Po Chang, please.
Hi, welcome to Building Cyber Resilience with Robust Defense in-Depth Strategy. My name is Po Chang. I'm with Fortinet as a Consulting System Engineer. Nowhere is resilience on better display than in Asia. Slope Point is the southernmost tip on New Zealand's southern island. Now, this place is systematically blasted with extreme Antarctic wind. Now, that caused the trees to bend, but not break, and to transform to survive. Nature is the inherent design for resilience, and we believe it's time for organizations to take a similar approach to security. There are three areas I like to share. First off, we're going to look at defense in depth, which is a multi-layer holistic approach. Next, we're going to look at Fortinet OT's security fabric and how it simplified cyber security and improved cyber resilience. Third, I will share the 5 steps towards cyber resilience. Let's look at defense in depth. We understand that absolute security is absolutely impossible. Now, cybersecurity is not just a technology problem and cannot be solved solely with technology. It has to combine with people, process, and an integrated technology platform. First off, people. Security is as strong as the weakest link. Usually, people are the weakest link, and companies need to take a sound security awareness program to drive constant culture, top down and bottoms up. Next, based on best practices such as NIST, Cybersecurity Framework, ISO 27001, and IEC 62443, to build policies and procedures to guide people on the use of technology to automate operation and manage risk so as to achieve your business goals. So what is defense in depth? Well, it's actually a concept of information security approach in which multiple layers of security controls are in place throughout the organization. On the left is the monitor attack for ICS, now which is a collection of behaviors that adversaries have exhibited while carrying out attacks against industrial control systems. On the right is defense in depth. And that approach is a multi-layer defense mechanisms, including policies, physicals, application controls layered in order to protect your valuable assets. Now, if one mechanism fails, another step up immediately to ward and attack. So let's look at Fortinet OT Security Fabric and how it simplified OT security, cybersecurity, and improved cyber resilience. Fortinet Security Fabric is built on 3 key principles: broad, integrated, and automated. So what is broad? Now, it is to reduce and manage the entire attack surface, which is ever increasing. Next, integrated. Now, we want to close security gaps and reduce the complexity of technology integration so that we can take the third step, which is automated. Now, through the use of AI and machine learning to ensure fast and efficient operation so as to reduce your risk exposure. Securing operation technology, it's about deploying multiple security controls and align with Purdue model according to your company goals and risk appetite. So on the left are controls such as network segmentation, supporting north-south traffic controls across different zones within the Purdue model. Network micro-segmentation support the east-west traffic control within the same trust zone. Now, there's also secure remote access for remote employees as well as third-party contractors. Now, it provides a robust authentications and VPN solutions supporting flexible multi-factor authentication. Now, deception controls can be deployed to detect unwanted activities so that you can quickly weed out the threat actors and reduce attackers' route time and minimize the damage to your organization's operation. Middle is the Purdue model, which outlines the need to segment ICS devices into different trust zones. Communications between different trust zones, we need to apply a conduit, and that conduit can be a minor or major enforcement boundary. On the right is Fortinet Security Fabric platform of technologies and Fortinet ecosystem partners which can be applied to the enforcement boundaries. Now, these include, but not limited to, next-gen firewall, honeypot, sandbox, endpoint detection response, and security orchestration, automation, and response. Now, eventually, the goal is to build a proactive network and security operations center to simplify the daily operation of managing the network and security, both in IT and OT infrastructure. Fortinet Security Fabric exemplified Gartner's cyber security mesh architecture. The three key principles resonated and emphasized integrating a broad ecosystem of technologies and vendors. The goal here is to reduce operation complexity and allow multi-systems to interoperate and reduce your risk exposure. Let's look at cyber resilience and how organizations can stop reacting and start anticipating. Now, every organization should be familiar with NIST Cybersecurity Framework, ISO 27001, ISMS, and IEC 62443. Now, this lay the foundations to guide organizations do the commonly, uncommonly well. Cybersecurity is no longer enough. Business needs to adapt to cyber resilience. So what is cyber resilience? Now, it is the ability to prepare for, response to, and recover from a cyber attacks. Now, it helps your organizations protect yourself from cyber attacks, limit the severity of the attacks, and ensure that business operations continue to function. The IT governance for cyber resilience framework describes 4 levels of cyber security maturity. First, core. Next, baseline. Third, extended. And finally, embedded. Now, in which cyber security resilience objectives are aligned with your wider business objectives. Cyber resilience is a journey, not a destination. Fortinet recognizes that IT and OT systems will evolve over time, but the need to stop them and protect them remains constant. Let's look at the 5 steps that organizations can take to work towards cyber resilience. First off, securing network edges. Edge compute is often deployed without thinking through the security implications. This needs to be consistent from the onset. Users and device security. Security is as strong as the weakest link. Risks from users such as employees and contractors, devices including IoT, IIoT, and from interconnected systems needs to be assessed constantly. Securing the application journey. Make security integral to every stage of your development process, adopting dev security ops practice, and testing at various stages and identify potential vulnerabilities and application as they migrate to the cloud. Proactive security operations. Now, we can apply AI and security automation tools to detect and act as machine speed, leveraging threat intelligence and deception technology. Now, finally, securing operation technologies is about throwing away the old age practice of using security through obscurity. Example, air gap and proprietary protocol. Now, we need to learn from IT security, lesson learned from IT security, and apply it to securing operation technology. Now, in summary, defense in depth, which I've covered, which is a multi-layer approach that encompasses people, process, and technology. We need to simplify OT cybersecurity and improve resilience through the use of Fortinet Security Fabric. And I've also covered 5 steps that you can take to shift from cybersecurity to a cyber resilience. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you, Po Chang. Now we will take some of the questions that have been submitted for the question and answer segment.
So just to highlight a few key questions today, the first question from Sudhir Sudavan, what exactly is product as a platform? So the official response would be, product as a platform is where organizations use their products, often through connected product capabilities. And of course, future revenue models are possible based on the usage and sale of value-added services, removing reliance on one-time product sales and increasing recurring revenue. Also, product as a platform through product connectivity can allow organizations to monitor the health of product and determine when and where spare parts are required, optimizing spare parts inventory. So once again, we'd like to thank you for your questions, and we'll be moving on to the next one. Barry Bradford mentioned, do you think due to the pandemic, there has been a factor in business being more security aware? Now this definitely so, especially due to the trend of the WFA initiative, the threat landscape has been increased. Organizations should start to think of ZTNA approach to tackle the problem of ever-increasing threat landscape. And of course, the pandemic has increased remote capabilities and therefore exposure, and there is definitely an increased awareness on security. However, many organizations are still determining investment requirements to address operational technology security requirements. Thank you so much, Barry, for your question. Now, moving on to the next one. Marvin Ian Aguilar asked a question, are there any prerequisites in implementing Fortinet ZTNA? Now, the response will be Fortinet Security Fabric provides the full stack of solution in the ZTNA from the cloud, endpoint, and network to the application. If you want to learn more, please book a booking with us. ZTNA solution also covers the OT environment. Next up, we also have a question. Does Fortinet OT extend its SOC to end customers as IaaS? And the answer is, we are excited to announce our latest Fortinet iOS, which is 7.2, including SOCASS. So please visit our webinar on April 12th. In the question and answer, we also have the link stated there. So we do have a question as well. Chai Singh asks, I have a problem with the antivirus that was attached to my user. So all the documents were damaged and extension files was generated to one other extension. Do you have solution to recovery or any other way to protect both server and clients? That's a fantastic question. Now our response would be, this is a typical ransomware-like attack. Typical antivirus nowadays is difficult to prevent an advanced attack like this. EDR solutions will mitigate the risk of malware acting on the server system by acting on its own. Most importantly, you will always need backups for recovery, and if you want to learn more, please visit us at the booth. Now, this is all the time we have today. Thank you so much for your questions.
Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, kindly take note that our event will be ending in 30 minutes' time. All live agents will be available to attend to your queries till 1 p.m. I would like to remind you to take this opportunity to make a meeting appointment and complete the event survey if you haven't done so. For those who may have missed the earlier announcement, the on-demand technology sessions are already available on the website for you to watch the videos according to your time and pace. Simply click on the on-demand videos on the menu at the top of the page. They'll be there till the end of tomorrow. For now, please feel free to navigate around our virtual booths in the exhibition hall. We have a total of 6 booths displaying various aspects of the Fortinet cybersecurity solutions. participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand, Videos, and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the On-Demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I'd like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, we have come to an end for today's plenary session in the auditorium. That wraps up today's Fortinet Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. The on-demand technology sessions are available now for your viewing on the website. You may access the videos according to your time and pace. The videos will be there to the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos and on the menu at the top of the page. Meanwhile, I would like to encourage all of you to take this opportunity to make an appointment and complete the survey. My name is Cheryl, signing off now. I shall see you at the exhibition hall. Please be reminded to meet the experts at the exhibition hall and check out the virtual booths. See you! Dear participants, kindly take note that our event will be ending in 30 minutes' time. All live agents will be available to attend to your queries till 1 p.m. I would like to remind you to take this opportunity to make a meeting appointment and complete the event survey if you haven't done so. For those who may have missed the earlier announcement, the on-demand technology sessions are already available on the website for you to watch the video. come to the end of Fortinet's Secure Operational Technology Summit 2022 for Asia Pacific. I would like to remind you to take this opportunity to make a meeting appointment and complete the event survey if you haven't done so. The on-demand videos are now available on the website for you to access at your own schedule. They will be there till the end of tomorrow. Simply click on the on-demand videos on the menu at the top of the page. On behalf of Fortinet, thank you all for your participation and time. Meanwhile, please stay safe. Take care and goodbye.